basically its ability to locate a needle in a haystack. Let me repeat, right? So the greatest strength of the big data technologies is its ability to locate a needle in a haystack, means immediate solution we require. So moving on, so we'll see basically what are the declarative benefits. Basically, normally these are not normal benefits, my dear friends. Okay, declarative benefits. So one can ask me that what is the difference between benefits and declarative benefits? The difference here is that, so simply taking the data and blindly processing for execution and getting kind of insight, right? And after that, again, we go for analysis. So this is the normal benefit of big data. Now, specifically, we don't want to make the specification of analysis further, even after getting the big data concept executed, right? So whatever the insight in terms of output we get, we use it for real-time analysis. So that is the declarative benefits of big data. Clear? Yeah. So finally, coming to the part of processing BD, it has become the go-to technique. Why? Because the concept has been created in terms of collecting the information simply and processing towards the cluster mechanism, which is established with its own software in terms of big data tool. Clear? And this can further be used to enhance the business operations. So this we call basically business operations. However, here the process is not straightforward, my dear friends. Right. So just now I spoke about two terms where that so blindly gathering the dataset information required, right, and without analyzing the same, or without, say, a kind of insight that if you want to perform like kind of pre-processing or examining the null values which may have happened, like that if you process the same, definitely that you cannot get exact insight, and this won't be considered as a declarative benefits of big data. So in keeping the same, the process of big data has not been considered straightforward, right? So considering its diversity and diversified nature and content, where the traditional relational databases are not much processing, managing of the big data into digestible formats. Say simple. Let me provide one basic example, like that I want to book the ticket from Baba Lari website, especially and moving towards the flight reservation system, where the two databases have been interacted, right? And two databases are interacted and integrated, where one of the application program interface made the performance of integration possible, right, to the ticket. This is the one. But how this is happening? Someone is speaking, my dear friends. Please, can you mute yourself? Yeah. So what I mean to say is that we are not going to use the traditional database management system concepts, right? So simply the basic example I can give you here is that basically performing the joining operation is very costly. Joining operation is very costly. So in order to avoid such kind of inconsistencies, the new stream of databases have been considered, especially cloud databases. That is, you know that MongoDB like document oriented, column oriented, graph oriented, and other type of databases, where these databases will provide straightforward implementation without performing the joining operation, and simply providing the key value pairs of operation, the performance can be analyzed. This is a straightforward analysis, right? So this is one. So we'll discuss these parts. So what I had mentioned here, see, so the declarative benefits of big data has been considered in terms of increased efficiency up to 40%. Why 40%? Why it is not more than that? Why? Because suitable prerequisites of processing have not been considered. That is a problem. So people are moving towards deep learning today. Even the AI technology has been adopted, but still the problem could not be able to resolve. Why? Because that suitable insights are not captured timely or in a timely manner. This is the way. And second one is that better business decision making. Why? Because integration of tools concept has been considered, and no one knows that for for a suitable for a specific problem, what type of suitable methodology can be considered. So that is not yet confirmed in the literature as well till today. So this is the 50% occupancy. Now coming to the improved customer experience and engagement. So this has been raised up to 8%. Why? Because the technology has been implemented with some different type of application program interfaces. Why? Because this has been considered in terms of processing only. So processing is happening. Say instead of considering CPU to GPU, they definitely transferring of information has become very cheaper nowadays. Even it has been decreased up to 10 paisa to 5 paisa or 1 2 paisa as well. Right. So best example I can give you is that usage of Gmail app, right, with free of cost based on the provided platforms. So these are the declarative benefits. Now that we'll see that what type of insights that we are going to gain, and we are going to observe, and we are going to perform, and we are going to analyze, right? And finally, what we get, let us add the flavor of the security as well. Okay, this is the one. Moving on, right? The data analytics harness basically different data types primarily to make better and improve business decisions by understanding requirement of the behavior, customer behavior and their purchasing patterns, right? So in these terms, basically the concept of data analysis has been thrown with the logic of data mining, right? Then after that, the processing has become $1 million question. So people still now it means just 3 years back, people used it to manage the warehouse with the manage with the warehouse mechanism. Okay, and you know that what type of deficiencies that we can feel with the warehouse mechanisms. Still, we are using the warehouse mechanism as a part of solution, but that is not completely utilized. 20% maximum, 15 to 20%. Where in order to process the patterns of data mining, simply I'm calling, my dear friends, patterns of data mining. ML part has been considered, and predictive analytics has been chosen, right, for newly evolving techniques, in terms of newly evolving techniques. And these techniques really achieve required insights into untapped data sources and areas for optimizing business process. This is the one. So coming to the part, just by considering the integration of data mining platform, which is required a huge processing structure, right, in terms of processing and knowledge gain, right? And in order to provide the suitable knowledge itself, then machine learning paradigms are required. And from that, then we cannot analyze the machine learning paradigms in a straightforward manner. Again, we need to we need to have a kind of predictive analysis on the same, like in terms of reprocessing or learning or testing, right? So that's what. So by keeping these three formalities, the ambience of big data analytics has been gained required benefits, especially for business platform. What are these? Just I had presented here. So the first important point is that there is no limit. So BD allows organizations, right, to improve their products or processing formalities and create attractive marketing by gaining 360-degree view of their customers' behavior and motivations. So that's what these e-commerce sources, e-commerce shoppies have been evolved nowadays. So the concept is completely depending upon. So without the concept of big data, there is no concept of e-commerce shoppies today. This is the best example we can do, or we can have, right? And finally, what it enables and what it provides. So it enables service providers to monitor. So basically, that our term is means our intuition is towards the security part or cyber security part of big data concern. So to monitor fraudulent activities in real time, time to time, by identifying unrequired happen patterns, unusual patterns, and behaviors with the help of predictive analytics. So again, we are going beyond the ML part. So we are not striking, and we are not satisfying with the ML part at one particular point. We are moving towards even. Then if you if you provide the insight of one particular application, that which will definitely help the benefit, help the person or industry or organization, right, to improvise the application, then definitely something is need to be added there. So we cannot force and we cannot dump the inside got in terms of outcome from the predictive analysis directly. So this is the way, right? So what I mean to convey is that something is beyond, means that analytics is not analytics is not a fixed sort of criteria, right? Moving towards. So finally, it drives supply chain like one-to-one, one-to-many, or many-to-many like this. Efficiencies. So by collecting, analyzing the data in order to determine if the products are reaching their destination in the desired conditions to attract the customer's interest. So this is applicable to any type of application. Okay. And finally, after analyzing, the predictive analysis comes in picture, where this predictive analysis allows the businesses to scan and analyze the exact feeds, required feeds, to understand the sentiment among customers. So what they have followed, what they have not followed, what is their interest, and based on that, the insights can be improved. And finally, BD is used to see it was happening in reverse way when the BD part was not considered, and only we did with data mining and machine learning. During those days, that machine learning models try to exemplify the modalities of data mining. But when with the rise of big data, it is easy to train machine learning models to identify patterns and make the informed decisions with minimal or no human intervention. So this is the new advantage that we got on the name of industry pointing, right? So moving on, next slides. So this is the simple, realistic description that I want to showcase, and fine, this is done now. Now, let us move to the actual part of our concern, that is understanding the challenges of BDS, that is security. So which also includes the part of cyber as well, right? So basically, BD creates a problem of a notion, right, in terms of starting point with cyber only. Why? Because that when a new application is deployed, right, for usage, then people will try to people always try to search the loopholes, right? If a simple API is not pertaining a suitable methodology and that is not framed in a strong manner, then definitely people will modify instantly and dump their where, that is code, to gather the information of the customers or the users, whoever registered with that. This is the one problem, right? So what's the solution towards? We'll see. So simply that I had presented the nominal entities here. Like the ever-increasing data presents both the opportunities and challenges as well. While the perspective of better analysis allows organizations to make better decisions. There is no full stop, my dear friends. To make the better decisions, there is no full stop. So the problem is increased even more. So there are certain disadvantages, like it brings some security concerns, must be where the companies must get into the solutions, right, while working with sensitive information. So what is included here? You just see, starting with the central point of discussion, that is big data security concerns, starting from the left one. Insufficient authentication authorization. This we follow, right? Insecure cloud web interfaces. Most basically everything is dumped into cloud today, and this made the people to exemplify the things with by sending a normal code. Why? Because no security mechanisms have been followed strictly. This is the one example. And coming to the part of insecure network services, I don't have maximum knowledge on the same. I have the knowledge about cloud infrastructure and storage, so that I can speak more about. Fine. So finally, yeah, insecure software or firmware, that I can speak more. And insufficient security configurability, yes, I can speak more. We know what are the terms and requirements accordingly. And finally, lack of transport encryption. Yes, this is the nominal policy that one should follow at the time of deploying any kind of application for specific usage, right? So cryptography methodology is must. And finally, insufficient physical security. So it comes under the part of hardware entities. Then if we start managing the same from the hardware entity level onwards, and then definitely 40 to 50% security problems can be resolved instantly. So this is the one. So these are the various entities that one can put their finger and definitely can grab the suitable knowledge and can invent something fun. Okay, guys? Yeah. So we'll do one by one. I like this part. Why? Because I do research in data storage, and intuitively, means apparently the part of data storage has been considered as a part of my research from 2015 onwards, especially with cloud data storage. So I have analyzed and observed so many inefficiencies, deficiencies with respect to storage, especially in terms of cloud and others. Okay, will do. Okay, fine. Yeah. So let me drive the insight of one human being into the business field itself. So why? Because everything is business today. Even if you develop one specific algo part with a suitable application, like say that how the WhatsApp has gained the popularity in the community. It's simple application. Simple one into one and communication process has been converged into a big application nowadays, and the entire world started using the same. Clear? So that's what the concept has become, a business perspective in a real manner, right? So whatever the terminology we speak here, let us consider under the umbrella of business as well. Okay. So businesses are adopting, especially the central combination of the application in terms of utilization, especially starts with storage. So the cloud has been a major entity nowadays, and the cloud data storage provides the facility to move their data easily to expedited business operations. That why? Because the virtualization environment made the cloud environment specific, faster, and cheaper as well. So these are the three best reasons I can give instantly. Yeah. However, on the other hand, definitely that risk is there. We cannot say that the application deployed, developed, and integrated and embedded in the cloud platform is quite secureable. No. Why? Because basically it starts from network involvement, right? Why? Because transfer of the data has happened or is happening from the transfer point, right? One end to one end. So definitely the network parameter comes in picture. So this is the one basic risk involvement, right, which can reach up to the exponential level and which may create the security issues as well. So for this reason, that the security mechanisms have been provided for the networks as well. So this is the one part. So even the slightest mistake in controlling the access of data can allow anyone to get a host of sensitive data. So even you cannot say that even after submission of your data, storing data on the cloud, that you cannot say, right, my data is really in good position without having any kind of duplication, right? So this we cannot. But nowadays the cloud companies are assuring with some kind of instances where you will be provided the direct access to your data, and you can check the possibility by randomly checking the part of your data stored in the cloud. So this is the one. 90% flexibility is there for the users who are using the cloud. I'll use it. I'm using it. I'm using 200 GB storage on cloud. So I know the pros and cons of the data storage, especially. So as a result, so big tech companies, which includes like big companies, like embrace both on-premise and cloud data storage to obtain security as well as flexibility. Right, this is fine. So this is the part of storage now. Now, coming to the management, right? While mission critical information can be stored in on-premise databases, clear, fine, no issue. Less sensitive data is kept in the cloud for ease of use. That is also possible. Why? Because the concept of virtual machine made the environment quite specific. Great, right? So if you have the knowledge of distributing the data towards the tool, like the framework that which you use in terms of Hadoop or Spark, then that is more than enough, right? Even you can frame your own cloud mechanism. Finally, to implement security policies in on-premise databases, companies require definitely cybersecurity concerns and experts, right? So even it increases the cost of managing data in on-premise databases. Companies must not take the security risks for granted by storing every data in the cloud. So some middleware technology is also there. So this is the data storage part. So I'll combine all these functionalities at one location. I'll try to exemplify some insight from the same so that you can understand where exactly the part of BD security issue falls in the system. Okay, this is the one. Moving one. Second one. That is the fake data management. Right? So this part is really considered with utmost importance, or given a kind of importance. Why? Because here the term called privacy must be balanced. So the term called privacy is not a straightforward topic. Okay, it's a diversified topic that which can be strengthened argument level, means type by type, step by step, we can simply call. So first I will touch upon the virtues of big data right here and the role it will play in the evolution of human race. And then I'll discuss the privacy erosion basically. So that can be caused by big data tools and the data harvested for big data analytics. So that's what the fake data in terms of cyber means privacy comes, right? So as usual, so data is raw, right? And insights are derived by analyzing some patterns and structures in the data. Clear? So what type of insights and patterns and structures can be analyzed, right? So this point, the point of analyzing patterns and structures made the environment in terms of creation of fake data. So the fake data generation poses a severe threat to business as it consumes time, right? That otherwise could be spent to identify or resolve the like pressing issues, right? So there is really a lot scope for leveraging inaccurate information on a very large scale, and the same can be assessed individual data points in terms of individual data points, means step by step, and can be daunting task for companies. It's really a big $1 million question. Still, that people are hiring right by giving a really great package to the people, and predominantly their position is fixed, and people are becoming so popular in this area, right? Then what is the scope and where is the point of generating this fake data? We'll see, right? The point where data insertion, right? Data generation is a different issue. The data generation part may also involve fake data, but data transformation. So the data transformation part includes some creation of false flags. So for example, I have that you might be having the knowledge of BitTorrent downloads. Then the mirror of BitTorrent won't be a common file mechanism. It is segmented and segregated into various blocks, and the blocks are not continuous even, and the replication of the blocks are stored in different places. So best example. So this can avoid the false flag creation as well. So mostly the data transformation creates the point of false flag generation, where the false flags for fake data can also drive unnecessary actions that can potentially lower down the production and other process required for running the business continuously, right? So the first point, the most important point, like that, one way to avoid this is to ensure that the organization should be critical of the data they are working on for enhancing business process. So this must not be propagated right in a wide variant manner. Why? Because the processing entity has been considered a centric component entity. So the centric component entity must not be the knowledge of the centric component entity must not be given out, right? Why? Because what's the point says here, that maximum involvement must not be there. Simple reason. So if we lower down the involvement of the people, and up to some extent, yes, we can do, right? And for this, an ideal approach has been framed to validate the data sources in terms of periodic assessments. So just now I told you, like period by period, like time by time, schedule by schedule, we do the assessments and evaluate the suitable prerequisites in terms of ML paradigms with the diverse test data sets to find the anomalies. So this is the one. So the anomaly configuration matters a lot when we consider the big data security issue in terms of fake data. So this is the one, right? So clearly here, one is indicating that an aspect of big data technology that many of us fear is that it can erode personal privacy. Is this fear unfounded? So I'll ask this question at the end. So is this fear unfounded? Obviously, yes or no. So the intelligent entity that one can give me the solution after completion of this talk, mostly. Yeah. So coming to the part of data privacy, yes, continuing as usual. So you might have heard about the concept of non-obvious relationship awareness. That is called NORA, N-O-R-A, right? Non-obvious relationship awareness. Why? Because with this NORA system, you will know the full extent of privacy erosion that such technologies can cause when coupled with big data technologies and the required data harvested for big data analytics. Got it? NORA, N-O-R-A. So with this term, let us move to concept in order to conceptualize the part of data privacy. So here, it's a big challenge in the digital world that it aims to safeguard personal or sensitive information from different type of attacks and breaches and intentional or unintentional data losses. So if you give me one possible text of data, then I'll add something. Then it is corrupted now. Then if I give to someone, then that guy will add something, so it will be corrupted. And finally, it will go for processing. Now again, then one must be in a position to analyze that whether the data processed has been moved correctly from the entity from the source to destination or not. So if it is observed, the same can be done. So that's what the last point, this one. An ideal approach to evaluate the data sources periodically in terms of assessments and with the evaluation of ML paradigms are required. So this is the part. Okay. So finally, the businesses must follow stricter data privacy principles with the help of access management services. Is coming to the point of cloud, including very rigid privacy compliance to strengthen data protection. So you might have heard about SLA, service level agreements. So as I have chosen 200 GB storage, right, by paying only 216 rupees per month, very cheaper, right? If something is happened like that, whenever I want the access was not provided. Now it's a kind of SLA violation from the cloud provider side. Then if any kind of violation happens, then cloud provider has to pay thrice back to me. See, this is SLA. Now just keep this thing in your mind and just assume that up to what extent the privacy compliances are framed in a rigid way, very rigid way, in order to protect the data of the users, right? Just assume. So it is best to follow some few rules alongside implementing one or more data security technologies. So finally, that I'm not going into the deeper format, right? So basically, general rules are required to know our data and having more grip over the data, storage, and the backup as well, and safeguarding with some preliminary concepts like simply keep the password or lock it or something, right? While it moves towards the network, again, it's another access, and conducting some regular risk assessments, whether the data has been updated or not, right? Has been happened or not, likewise. And finally, training the users regularly about data privacy and data security. So thus, this concern may resolve the issues of data privacy with respect to BD part. Right. So interestingly, almost all new age internet companies consume a lot of user data, right? Say, best example I can give you, websites track our activities on their sites, but they do not stop there. Okay? If simply if I access the sticky notes or like the access of the website, like cookies, then definitely that will be still remain with that particular website. So they track us even when we are on other sites. So such companies will discover and already know a lot about us. So that's what. So this is a simple concern of data privacy. So I'll discuss more about this moving on. So yes, finally, storage part has been done, and to some extent that we have taken preliminary precautions to manage the privacy as well. Now, coming to the internal assessment and internal part of storage solution, how the cloud vendor is able to manage the same data, right? So this is a third step, a third level of breach that the people can throw their own code of forgery statements and they can get the relevant data back. Okay. So third-party authority can simply call. A simple example I can give you. So basically, cloud providers follow the TPA mechanism, third-party authority mechanisms. So third-party authority mechanisms may create the vulnerability chances up to 80%. So again, some frequent checks are required. We'll see the solutions after some time. Right? So a security breach can have crushing some consequences on the business strategies established, including the vulnerability of critical business information to a completely compromised database, especially the fastest one, which is not traditional, and even it is traditional, some kind of middleware management must be established so that the execution of the data must happen within the deadline. Right? So this is the major concern. Now, second point, deploying highly secure databases is really vital to ensure data security at all levels. Now, this point was not established. Now, 2018 onwards, this the part of establishment in terms of data security has been started, especially with blockchain. Okay, especially with blockchain. Then I'll let you know, even if you follow straightforward mechanisms of TPA, third-party authority, that we can't do directly. So even TPA causes some damage type of mechanism. So a superior DBMS system comes with a various across controls. So I can give you best example as cloud databases in terms of MongoDB and others. Okay, while it is really advisable to follow rigid and rigorous physical security practices. Okay, it is even more essential to follow some extensive software-based security measures. So again, so not only performing and taking the part of storage in a traditional way. Basically, storage happens in a traditional way, but we don't know the structure in what way the mechanism or the access control of the particular databases has been created. So if you take the example of one of the cloud databases like MongoDB, MongoDB provides a flexibility and it works with ease of storage in terms of simply taking the key and value pairs. So it is very easy, right? So just by giving the values to the attributes, right, and we can simply analyze that which is not different and which is different. So this is a straightforward mechanism, right? So in order to make this issue possible, free methods to effectively achieve this goal, this goal have been created, like practicing data encryption. So this we follow traditional practice. Encryption is a common one, the DAS techniques, and segmenting and partitioning. This is must nowadays. So that's why the BitTorrent is sustaining today. Best example. And securing on the move. Each and every time that we are changing the storage location as well, and implementing a trusted server each and every time. And even you do, then beyond the 95%, again, something is happening. Like besides, a few security tools can integrate with databases, which can automatically monitor the part of data sharing and also notify the problems whenever incurred. So that's what the versions of, if you observe the versions of Hadoop, up to 3 levels, and if you observe the versions of Spark even. So some kind of methodologies have been defined and converged with some suitable security policies. So this is the part of data management. Now coming to access control. Fine. Storage is done. Management is also ready. Now what are the basic access control mechanisms developed among the user entity and processing entity? Okay, so processing may be a company or something, or application could be. So two entities that we can involve here. So controlling which data users can view, which data users can view or edit enables companies to ensure not only data integrity but also preserves its privacy as well, right? So managing access control is not a straightforward mechanism, right? Especially in larger companies, like big companies, you can take big tech companies that have thousands of employees. But even still, the data is going beyond. Why this is happening? Why this is happening? Right? Lack of access controls. Lack of access controls, data security, lack of security access controls. This is the point one. And subdomain is data access controls. So this part is quite different. This data access control point comes under the knowledge of access management, right? And that access management is framed as a separate entity in the cloud business environment with the name called identity access management. So here, see, a shift from on-premise solution to cloud-based services has simplified the process of working with identity access mechanism. So this is a different entity now. So just now I told you, like, user to vendor, and again the vendor is not doing alone. Vendor is still working with other entity and taking the help of other entity, that is called the management in terms of identity access. And again, the identity access management works with specific policies. Specific policies. Can go through the Kane and H. Wang book, the last chapter of distributed computing. There, the part of identity access management was described with suitable prerequisites. It's really excellent. Okay. So finally, what it does? So what is the responsibility of identity access management? The IAM does the job of controlling data flow via identification of the data, right, towards and from the entities, that which entity has been transferred, which entity has been stored, which entity has been processed, which entity has been gathered, like this. Identification and authentication among these entities along with the authorization. So without this authentication, authorization, that we can't do. So that's what the part of privacy and security involves with its own mechanisms, right? So simple example that I can give, best example. Why? Because I do have a kind of what is regular usage with the AWS, because I'm the coordinator of the AWS identity. So I use the servers of Amazon for frequent running of applications, large applications. When I merge two to three different algorithms on a specific data, likewise. So it requires high-end computation power, no? So because of that reason, this the possibility of data access control mechanism is created. So here that you can have one example, great example in terms of case study, that is called AWS, Amazon Web Services, is a market leader in all things like cloud related, and there are no slots in the security and IAM departments either. When choosing AWS, organizations often do so for the peace of mind of using an industry giant, but the cost is somewhat high as compared to other environments. That's the reason. It is very high, right? And really people are working towards, and because of that reason, the Amazon has become a big valued company nowadays, except e-commerce and others, right? Even the software platform implemented by Amazon was really awesome. Okay, yeah. So this is the data access control policy. Now coming to a simple case study that I have presented. Why? Because this is the architecture basically I do use in terms of processing of the data from my cluster mechanism to cloud of AWS. See, so some entities have been shown here. So just go through that. I'm not going through with in-deep insights. Like, see, if you consider the user entity, this is the principal entity, then how the authentication process has been compromised. See, the authentication process has been compromised initially, first step here. So user and the role of the user must be defined. Whether the user is a legitimate user or developer or tester or programmer or who. The role is defined here, and accordingly, the access management policies will be issued, right? And with the segmented mechanism of roles, then basically federated learning concept has been utilized, because that one should not have the relation with others. So the federated mechanism will provide the flexibility to abstract the same. Right? And finally, the same can be applied in the specific application. And after deciding the policy of, after deciding the policy creation, authentication process starts. So authentication could be anyone, right? And finally, the same can be deployed in the cloud. And for this, a specific account will be created. For each and every activity, the account ID is must. Now, so after authentication, the parts of authorization come. See how many terms of entities have been designed in order to manage the authorization constraint. So, say the mechanism of one creation, like JavaScript object notation, okay, visual editor, again other policies, right, and databases policies. These were number of instances have been created with some security mechanisms. So this is not a straightforward application, and even for authorization, a specific account ID is there. Right? Now, after authentication, the exact dumping of API comes in picture. So here, see, the API will be deployed, and accordingly, the Amazon services, Elastic services will be in running mode, and accordingly, step by step, see, IAM service, IAM service, IAM service. Each and every step, the identity access management services are deployed. So this won't create any kind of crash and crash among the entities involved, right, with the different applications. And finally, coming to the part of the hardware, we know there is resources. So at the resource level as well, the part of identity access management services is deployed. So again, part wise, segmented wise, or hardware wise, means like the storage, like I'm storing my application. I'm storing my application only for videos. So that part is different. I'm storing my application only for say photographs. That is a different part of location. Likewise. So in this way, the identity access management creates an impact in providing flexible access, flexible security policy mechanisms for users. So because of this reason, the AWS has become very popular nowadays. This is the one. So up to what extent that you can modernize the code snippet of JSON? Why? Because the JSON part is included with the database of cloud. So that you can do easily, but because cluster programming is also required, right? So third one. Now, yes, till this point, the point of discussion was really fantastic. Fine. Now, if something happened, data poisoning, how it happens? Data poisoning. So there are several ML solutions like chatbots. Basically, you do that are trained on a colossal amount of data, right? So we don't know each and every time up to what extent the application vendor migrates, manages the updated information of copies each and every time. That we don't know. Sometimes the chatbots may evaluate the queries based on the old data as well. No one knows. So the advantage of such solutions are that they keep on improvising, right, as users interact each and every time, so that the data can be updated instantly. So, however, up to some extent, this may lead to data poisoning, like a technique to attack ML models training data. So the data part, big data part is kept aside now, right? Now coming to the application in terms of modernizing the processing structure of the data by using ML paradigm. So by utilization of ML paradigm may also create the problem of security. So that's what, right? So in what way? We'll see that. So it can be considered as an integrity attack, right? Why? Because that we are processing the algorithm. So in the algorithm itself, the code is written. Bad code is written. So attack as the tamper training data can affect the model's ability to provide correct prediction. So here the data was the inside of data set was false, not true. So definitely it may not provide correct predictions, right? So the results can be, yes, obviously catastrophic, ranging from logic corruption to data manipulation, data injection. So this is the one more possibility of cyber security when we do with processing combination of big data. And the best way to beat the evasion is through simply that before processing that, let us perform outlier detection. So what is the relevant information? What are the relevant data? So if you try to perform the same, yes, it may observe and it may exceed some extra computation power. Doesn't matter. Why? Because even the computation power is provided very cheap nowadays, no? So what's the matter? Doesn't matter, right? So that we can perform easily. So wherein the injected elements can be trained, and the training pool can get separated from the existing data distribution. So the actual part of the data will go for execution. So this is the basic step that we can create at our end by examining the possibility of outlier detection, right, in terms of ML. So this is the suitability of ML convergence, right? Now this is the part, till this part that we have discussed the involvement of machine level formats. Okay, yes, the machines are protected with suitable and suitable access controls. Fine. Now, intentionally, the employee who is managing, this is called masquerading. Basically, you call in computing language, we call it as masquerading, right? Or in-house masquerading concept. So this may happen. So employee is changing each and every time. Even the algorithm is trained in a original manner. The employee is keeping his or her finger and just changing the content of the prescription or description. So this may create the security issue on the big data. So finally, advanced data culture has allowed every employee to hold a certain level of critical business information, right? So this we call as data democratization. So it boosts the risk of an employee leaking sensitive information, thus that we are witness that how the society is creating the problem of data leaking today, right? Intentionally or unintentionally is very high. So employee theft is really prevalent, not only in big tech companies, but also in startups. So to avoid this point of creation, companies have to implement legal policies along with securing the network with a virtual private network. So the activities and the involvement of the employee who is working for the particular access towards the access control can be monitored. So this service can be established, mostly has been established on the name of desktop as a service to eliminate this type of functionalities, right? Mostly 45% companies are doing, right? And even it also requires some security policy mechanism framings. Okay, so if we follow the bottom-up mechanism, so employee theft comes in picture as a first step, right? Even the data is stored fine, and we have taken the possible strategies. Even the mishandling is happening here. It is because of employee theft, right? So finally, how can security big data analytics combat cyber threats, right? So these are the descriptions that we had. These are the descriptions that we had just now, right? So now, up to what extent the security big data analytics combat cyber threats? So traditionally, it is not possible, but people are coming with various solutions, and day by day, different type of application program interfaces have been deployed in order to manage the activities. So traditionally, security technologies use two primary technical techniques. The first one is correlation rules and network vulnerabilities and risk assessment. So this I have discussed. I'm not going into much deeper now. Simply. So, however, these correlation rule applications and network vulnerability mechanisms and risk assessment policies are having some drawbacks. What's that? Say sometimes they may provide false positive, like because they are based on rigid, some predefined rules and signatures, and there is a high level of false positives leading to alert panic. So this is the problem. I am coming to the unexpected events, like sometimes that people are trying for something and meanwhile the server may go down, but during that time the attacker may pose or impose his or her own data to gather the information which is being transferred through the network, right? So this is a severe damage. This may cause a severe damage to the application system as well. So what happens if a new type of attack is attempted that no one had created a rule? So again, the concept of AI comes in picture, inference rules. So what happens if an unknown type of malware infects your systems? What is the solution? No limitation, right? So traditional systems based on the correlation rules find it difficult to detect unknown threats. So follow some strategies, right? So this is why I feel that we should not let the private sector self-regulate in this aspect. So again, up to some extent, that governments even should play an active role in framing new policies and regulations on how data should be safeguarded. Okay, yeah, this is the one. So I'll let you know the formalities, like what are the methodological approach that we can prevent which we can prevent up to some extent. See, so I'm involving the concept of ML paradigm. So you just don't consider the input data, like, so we can get the data from URL, right, and various websites and web content in different way. And on the unstructured data, we may apply the ML paradigm, right? So someone may follow labeled data, unlabeled data, like that is supervised learning or unsupervised learning. It's up to them. Now, from these two input and labels, that by applying machine learning algorithm, we deploy predictive model. And again, for predictive model for training purpose, we do something, again, input data we process 80 to 20 or something in a segmented manner, right? Finally, that output will be rendered. Decision will be rendered. So where is the scope of approaches? So if you want to do, then at the time of transferring the input data for processing, then one must feel the security concerns, right? There, this is the one possibility. So this may happen that in a form of outlier detection specifically. So this is the most advantageous and easiest method to eliminate 85%, 80 to 86% of possibility of wrong data. So the insight may be definitely up to 90 to 95%. The insight may be accurate. This is the one. This is the one methodological approach. In a straightforward manner, right? If you speak in a technological perspective, so this is the way. Now, see, threat intelligence feeds, data sources, right? The threat intelligence feeds through threat intelligence. This is allowed, right? And data sources, security solutions, even we do, platforms we use, network technology we use, appliances we make use, users are involving, cloud type of vendor that we have chosen, and finally endpoints of execution are getting the outcome. So see, the possibility is more here. So what we do? So in order to prevent such kind of consistencies, right, that we may take the help of alerts time by time. We may take the help of designing, right, dynamically, and some suitable graphical reverting combinations, right, time by time, and finally report generation. So this is the only one possible solution we do. But see, this is an outcome strategy, no? Second level of outcome strategy. This is not easy to frame. Why? Because again, alerts to dashboards to GRs to reports, all are integrated. Even here, the hand of working employees involved inside. So this may create one more problem, right? So these are the methodological approaches, right? So with rapid speed, we'll do with application centric. That what exactly the required solutions can be considered. So finally, yeah, I'm coming to the actual discussion now. So most techniques like ML, predictive analysis, behavior, and like everything used today for BD have been there for a long time, right? So traditionally, up to some extent, that these techniques used structured data sets only, ranging from MBs to GB. Now, even it has gone beyond, no, terabytes, petabytes, zettabytes, exabytes, and even like. So today, they can handle bigger volumes, up to petabytes of both structured and unstructured. So again, the policy recommendation has been considered at the time of as a data access management control, but in terms of specific application design, that is called drivers, right? So drivers are deriving some framework mechanisms, right, on the name of Hadoop. Like this is one tool, and tools built around Hadoop that can handle all three V's: volume, velocity, right, and variety, right? A big data like so. Finally, so what I told you, like that the concept of NoSQL has been considered. Cloud databases that can store massive amounts of data along with the framework, and where that you don't need to write any specific ML paradigm. Why? Because the Hadoop framework stack itself involves various ML paradigms. Simply follow drag and drop policy mechanism. So whatever the algorithm you use, simply drag and drop, so the analysis can be made accordingly. Simple reason, right? So this creates breakneck speed. So finally, it also decreases the cost of storage and compute. And finally, CC technology that enable easy and elastic access to massive amounts of compute, storage, and network. So this is the one. So 70% headache is resolved here. Now, security concern is not resolved yet. Will do, right? Moving on. So again, analytics is not new, right, to the world of security. If you think about it, intrusion and fraud detection systems have been using analytics for a long time, but these traditional systems employ it in a limited way. So what is that? They collect very limited data due to storage and RDBMS, So finally, so this introduces the basic concept of involving the security concern. So finally, data is deleted after a fixed redemption period because of storage or RDBMS capacity or performance restrictions. Why? The amount of processing involved of decision making is also limited, since they are expected to be non-intrusive and some having some limited overhead as well. Okay. So to meet non-intrusive like high transaction processing, low response time requirements, so these expensive techniques are employed as periodic offline process, delaying detection. So finally, needless to explain the cost of delays in detecting fraud and intrusion. So finally, they can handle only structured data, no? So we cannot do. So unknowingly means knowingly people are dumping the same, and they are creating some APIs to manage the execution of RDBMS as well. But inside, the consistency is creating a problem. And even along with the consistency, it may hamper the leakage of data. It may hamper the data of the user in terms of leakage as well. So this is the problem. So moving on. So if we consider the concept of specific data storage, then what type of criminal solutions that we can have? So for this reason that I had considered remote banking fraud detection example. So here we are much aware about this, I believe, right? Why? Because even still in India today, banks are still following the mechanism of traditional database mechanism. That mostly 30%, mostly 75 to 80% banks are not updated, except international banks, to cloud databases, right? So that they won't think about like balancing between fraud detection overheads and the ever-increasing need for faster payments, right? So due to this, the fraud detection solutions in the space have to be very accurate. So what are the solutions? Let me see. So tolerance for false positives is very low. A list of factors that can help determine frauds accurately are: point number one, user to divide mapping. So this has been done mostly because of that reason that you might have you might have known the concept of the security mechanisms implemented level by level for internet banking of any bank nowadays. So SBI. So even if you provide your lock credentials, you'll get the OTP like this. So see, each and every time the verification step has been made concise, right? So user to device mapping, maintain a list of devices user employed to access their account. If a new place a new device is asking for request, then it must be validated. Means authorization must be granted. This is the one. So device profile. What type of device it is? It's a home device or a regular user device or public device or private device. Like if the device is public access computer, no antivirus protection, etc. So source IP address. So is the IP blacklisted or is it a proxy IP? The same can be verified. These are the security mechanisms implemented at bank level nowadays. Location of access. This is also done. User behavior, time of day, lost access location. Likewise, some people leave their application open for a longer time. So based on the criteria of snapshot, then the application will clear the snapshot and finally will disappear. It will create for a new login again. So this is the one. So pay profile says the payee of transfer known have previously benefited from fraud something. So all must be verified. Finally, that we come to the part of users risk appetite. Like this is also credit rating, casino statistics, traffic violations, law violation history. The thought behind listing them as factors is that a risky transaction from a person who is means accustomed in taking the risk and may not really be a fraudulent transaction like this. So this is the way. See, so this is a remote banking fraud detection is one of the ongoing trend that people can involve with good by providing good number of solutions as well. So as usual, so what's a handy solution? So this is a handy solution ball that we can have. So basically, solutions are not many solutions are available to create the space of wrong actions. So, but when it comes to collecting more data, so they are limited by capacity constraints of the traditional technologies. So the traditional technology uses must be waived off. So even the data retention intervals are short, very short, due to capacity constraints. In these solutions, means building of profiles is handled by offline scheduled tasks as usual. So in order to decrease the overhead of fraud detection as well. And the analytics must be done around time is typically on the higher side because mining for the required data is also become slow and tedious process, right? So again, obviously that the handy solution in terms of considering the storage must be the lightweight database called NoSQL. That's it. Okay. So tools like Storm that offer distributed real-time computation capabilities and can be used to build profiles quickly. So this is one of the mechanism created and embedded in terms of application program user interface. So this is also there. Finally, BD visual analytics aids for fraud analytics, which can help them derive new actionable insights to push them into the system. So we can stop. We can stop for analysis. Even if you observe the fraud, just don't take the commitment and don't take the action immediately. Analyze the process that from what scenarios or in which scenarios, from which type of locations this fraud has been happened on which format. So this will help the big data analytic model to analyze further. So this is one of the handy solution what we can have in terms of fraud detection. Now, so as usual, I was speaking about usability and convenience. I spoke much, right? So simply that I'm not going again, that I have already spoken about this usability and convenience initially. So I'm going to knock on the last point here, the procedures employed by call centers to ensure your authenticity. This is the most damaged version of cybersecurity nowadays. They pretend like realistic entity of the application vendor, right? So that's what usability comes both the way from the user and from the application as well. Convenience also comes in both the way from the user and the application perspective, both, right? So not only are these procedures frustrating, no, because we need to spend a lot of time on the phone, even we get to minor clarifications whether it is a genuine call or not. So this is a significant cost for the call centers too. So technologies are like that. We can't do anything. So again, we can go or we can provide one handy solution for this. That is, the controls are in a place because of the inefficiencies and limitations of current technologies to determine risk accurately. So the multiple login problems, please avoid it, can be addressed by calculating the risk based on some factors that just I have listed, like remote banking fraud detection, section, and stepping up the security controls based on the risk. right? And standard security options, like couple this technique with standard security options technologies to ensure that we don't see often even boring and at times frustrating login screens, right? So don't use the public mechanism. Even public mechanism has been created in a specific application format. In terms of one application program interface, like in airport, if you utilize the public Wi-Fi, you know what will happen. Why? Because the mechanism of access control policies are very different from device to device, application to application. So that's what. So this may create the problem. So big data tools and technologies can be leveraged. This is the one of the solution. And finally, risk profiles can be built by pulling on the available data from various sources, and could also factor in vitals like blood pressure, heart rate, and like I gave one example of one person mechanism as well. So this is one of the handy solution, right? So lot many issues that we can do. So finally, we'll see the applications of big data analytics in cyber security. Normal 2 to 3 slides, then let me do. So simple. What I have kept here. Point number 1. So we are moving towards the technology usage now. So this is technically evaluated. This part is technically evaluated. Don't think like this is a theoretical description. No, I'm very sorry. Right. Statistical technique and artificial intelligence help in detecting potential frauds. Yes, obviously. Some techniques for statistical techniques in DA include pre-integrated techniques for error detection. Yes, we do. Validation. Yes, we do. Rectification. Yes, we do. And filling the gaps in the form of missing or wrong data. That we do. So the problem can be resolved at this level. This is point number 1. Now, algorithms for quick and effortless detection of anomalies. So this is completely coming on the developing brain situation. So now, after the incorporation of big data analytics in cyber security networks, cyber defense engineers and data scientists are empowered to match algorithms for detecting the anomalies in the behavior of transactions and users. If suppose 2 different entities are using 2 different algorithms to mask the data on which or at which point these 2 algorithms are making the decision. So the anomalies can be observed and the same can be removed, and the data can be processed. So this is the point number 2. Point number 3, BDA boosts security intelligence in terms of what? Currently, that we should not follow. The process of cyber defense management has been knowledge intensive as well as time consuming. So we have to upgrade. We have to upgrade from traditional to latest developments. This is the one. And the 4th one is calculation of statistical parameters. So there are, I can't say that best example that if we say while taking the login for internet banking, that I must rely on the password management and the way of OTP I get to my on my mobile and my email address registered. So I'm least bothered about. Sorry, I'm bothered about. Okay, so this is the way. So this is the one type of calculation of statistical parameters, including averages, the quintiles, performance metrics, and probability distributions, like so many. Right. Finally, then coming to the part of DL. Okay, and deep learning, like you can do with clustering in efficient way, classification efficient way, and why? Because it has become very easier nowadays. So it's a drag and drop policy mechanism. So the patterns observed and the associations gathered among large groups of the data can be easily clustered and classified by the cybersecurity professionals and the data scientists by utilizing big data analytics. So this is very easy, right? This is the one way. So finally, coming to the part of ending note with the conclusion, like so simply not, this is not the conclusion. Like, so while reaching the end of the talk, like it can be successfully stated that the BDA has revolutionized the way cybersecurity analytics use it to approach vulnerabilities and anomalies. So the concern is vulnerability mechanism and anomalies. So one anomaly detection is in our hand, but vulnerability part is not in our hand. Why? Because this is network oriented, this is storage oriented, okay, even this is failure oriented, and even this is in employee hand oriented. Lot many things comes in picture. Finally, it has overwhelmingly positive effects in leveling the challenges that were faced by CS professionals and data scientists. So finally, once they are able to access these enormously large data sets, it becomes really a cakewalk for even the developers, engineers, and data scientists to decide the framework for feature engineering. This is the way. So finally, the concept of BDA combined with the power of ML and DM has not only addressed the severe challenges faced earlier by data scientists and cyber defense engineers. On the other hand, it also enables them to find futuristic insights. So this is the main thing, not a normal insight, futuristic insight, which is relevant for suitable outcome. And it harnessed the massive parallel computing of big data for strengthening cybersecurity. So you can't do the big data analysis part easily, then definitely the concept of parallel computing or distributed computing is involved. So this is the ending note of this talk. And finally, coming to the concluding part, right? Simple that we have discussed so many things here now. Based on the enlisted concerns, like it is really apparent as to why the companies or enterprises or organizations are seeing BD security as a major concern. So these are the reasons. Finally, the good news is that with the right information resources, skilled manpower, detailed coping strategy, and commitment towards data integrity and privacy, many of such challenges can be easily addressed, my dear friends. Right? And in the absence of threats of big data will lead businesses to achieve their ultimate goal of harnessing data, right, for better customer experience. So this may create the enhancement for customer retention as well, right? So as a key solution for securing BD, that is encryption. So you have to follow the mechanism. Whatever the entity you consider, just try to tighten the concept of encryption, right? But it takes time to implement effectively. It is not a 1 day, or it is not a 1 week, or it is not a 1 month work. You have to effortlessly do in order to test the mechanisms that all the possibilities in terms of throwing forgery instances have been covered or not, right? So on the other hand, it also takes time to implement effectively, right? So how to keep the data processing speed up? So you don't need to worry. Why? Because nowadays the concept of distributed computing has come in picture, right? But just simply throw the mechanism with the mechanism as an added advantage and try to integrate the mechanisms in terms of code snippets, small code snippets, right? So that the data encryption part will become more easier and even more stronger. So up to some extent, maximum 90% plus, that we can ensure the big data security. So this is the one part of discussion, my dear friends. Right? So it's 11:40 now. Yeah, it's 11:40 now. So just I am disabling my screen and coming back to normal description. Yeah, so hopefully that I have managed the time sequence as well, but because I was rushing after the application centering part, because I have actual lecture from 12 onwards. Yeah, please. So if you have any concerns, please do let me know. That I'm really happy to assist. Yeah, thank you. Then if you feel shy or something, or if you feel any difficulty, please, my profile is publicly available. Then you can knock on me, or you can ping me with valid reasons, so that definitely I'll get you back. Okay.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can please go ahead now.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll provide the PPTs. Don't worry. I'll share with the organizers.
Feedback is
Oh, there are lot many public ordering protocols. Public ordering protocols are lot many. Again, the concept of public ordering protocol relies, okay, among the sharing possibilities of entities, like say, so you might have gone through my profile, and basically I do the data storage security by using blockchain. So initially I started exemplifying the same between the user, cloud provider with the third party authority, TPA. So these are the three entities involving in sharing the mechanism. So whenever the part of the public auditing protocol comes in picture, up to some extent the public vendor could not able to, the cloud vendor could not able to compromise, could not able to restrict the policies, right? So because of that reason, the same mechanism has been transferred towards the third party authority. Then again, there is a $1 million question. Yes, up to some extent, 95%, the third party authority is quite genuine. So if I consider the example of that the in-employee involvement, then again third party authority also becomes malicious. So the public auditing protocol must be leveraged with some suitable theorem solving puzzles, so that even the third party authority doesn't know or should not know the mechanism that which you have adapted. Right. So what we do, we don't need to store the data at a time. Then we try to store the data in a fragmented way. And for each and every fragment, we consider the data. We pick up the data randomly, and we try to inject the required information of this public auditing protocol, and that information is not known to anyone. Okay, this is only for retrieving purpose, EUs. Right. So in this way, the public auditing protocols can be secured. But 60 to 70% of the public auditing protocol mechanism won't give you the relevant security. I mean, relevant prospects in terms of security. So it must be audited. Okay, if you want, then I can share one of my research findings that where the puzzle challenges have been created in terms of theorem, so that even the TPA and even the third party authority and the cloud vendor, the manager of the cloud vendor, is a little bit confused in implementing the same. So that's what the accurate part of the data can be chosen, and whichever you want to use and whichever you want to perform a process, the same can be rendered back. So this is very easy. Yeah. Okay, Anjanelu. Yes. Any other queries, guys?
Any other queries, please?
So there are a lot of research problems, my dear friend. Right, lot many research problems. You just start investigating the problem of security from the user entity to the storage. There you find the minimum concept of a minimum requirement. Definitely, just go through. There are otherwise just access policy management. You go through that access policy management itself created some secure protocol mechanisms. There also you can establish your own research findings. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, fine. People are posting and I'm giving you the solutions. So yeah, fine. Please carry on.
What language?
Any other questions?
Sir, there is one more question, sir, in the chat box. What language can we use for implementation?
Oh my God. Right. So basically, for processing the same, I use the clustering programming, I use Java. Okay. So for clustering programming, I use Java, and again, the way of spreading out the data of ML part, I'll do in Python. Okay. Just for writing the application program interface, I do follow the mechanisms of Java simply. So it is very easy to establish the library function for ourselves. Why? Because this Java provides standard template library functionality. So you can create your own class mechanism by inventing something. So this is very easy. And whenever the part of big data analytics comes in picture along with ML, then I do Python programming. Python programming only for coding. Okay, only for coding, processing, and remaining part of distributed processing, I use Java. Even why? Because you are Hadoop and mostly Hadoop and Spark, and up to some extent that you can use Scala also. Scala is also very easy. For data mining applications, I use Scala for Spark. Okay. Okay. Any other questions, Saptami?
Yeah, sir. No, no, no. Yeah, sir.
Might be I was a little bit faster. Why? Because then I need to cover all. So if you feel any difficulty, please you can ping me through my email ID. So that is drramesh@iitasm.ac.in. I'm ready to assist you. Okay.
Yeah, sir. So if there is no more questions, we can going to wind up the session. Yeah.
Yeah, please then, guys, thank you. And yeah, especially my friend that who invited me to share some research findings with you guys. Then within one step or within 1 night or within 1 day or within 1 month, I can't make you understand completely, right? But because it's a mechanism like which has been studied, investigated, and practiced. So that really it gives you great happiness once you do with your own hands without modifying the content of others. So basically, if you follow the ethics in research, and definitely up to some extent, you will be treated as the knowledgeable entity in the society. Okay, this is my suggestion to you guys. That's it.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sir. We are going to wind up. So thank you, sir. Thank you. We are very pleasure to have you with all of us today, sir. And thank you for sharing the knowledgeable information and expertise information to all the participants. We look forward to go more sessions with you, sir, in the future.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, my dear friend. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Bye, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye, sir.
The participants will meet back to in the afternoon session at 2 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you,
Okay, madam.
thank you, my dear
Thank you.
participants.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So you can check. You can check the attendance. Yeah, you can check the attendance sheet in the chat box and also feedback link. All the past participants. Participants, you can go through the attendance link and feedback link in the chat box.
சிசி போட்டு அனுப்புங்க அனுப்புங்க நான் டெய்லி சொல்லிக்கிட்டே இருக்கேன். அனுப்புனாதானே அவருக்கு நம்ம ஃபாலோ பண்ணுவோம். ஏன் சொல்றேன்னு எனக்கு புரிஞ்சுக்கவே மாட்டேங்குது. புரிஞ்சுக்கவே மாட்டேங்குது. இப்ப நீங்க
Professor, Department of CSE. Dr. C. Sasikala is working as an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Srinivasa Ramanujan Institute of Technology, Anantapuram. She completed her BTech from G. Pullareddy Engineering College and MTech from Department of CSE of JNTU, Anantapur. She was awarded PhD from JNTU University, Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh, India. She has 10 years of teaching experience, published more than 15 papers in international peer-reviewed journals, and published 5 papers in international and national conferences. She guided 24 UZ projects. She authored 2 textbooks and 2 book chapters. She published 3 patents and editorial board member of the journal. She is a life member of the CSI, IEI, ISTE, IAENG. Her research interests are cloud computing, network security, and machine learning. Now, I request Dr. C. Sasikala ma'am to take over this session.
Screen sharing opportunity.
Madam.
Please give us
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you very much for giving a brief introduction about me.
screen sharing.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, can I share my screen now, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am. Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Yeah, ma'am. It is visible.
Okay. Okay. Can we start the session, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, 1 minute.
Size, sir. Hey, best na, best. Okay, thank you. Size, sir. Srini,
Sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon to one and all. So, in today's session, I'm going to discuss about regression and decision tree algorithms in machine learning. So, these are the most important basic algorithms in machine learning. So, before we start with this regression and decision tree algorithms, so first we understood what is the meaning of this machine learning and how it is useful nowadays. Okay, so generally how we can define this machine learning means, so ML is the science of making computers to learn and act like humans. So here, without the involvement of human, the machine itself will take the decisions. So when we train that model by giving some examples, in future we need to find out what the future predictions will be with the help of this machine learning. So that is, machine is learning itself to take some future decisions. So according to this Mitchell, author textbook Mitchell, so a computer program is said to learn from experience E with respect to some class of task T and performance measure P. If its performance at a task in T as measured by P improves with experience E. So this is the machine learning definition according to this Mitchell. So when we say that machine will learn itself means, so with the experience, so that with respect to some class of task, the task may be either classification or regression, for examples. So here the performance of the task will improve. Then we can say that the machine is learned based on some experience. So that is what we are doing in machine learning. So we are taking some instances, means we are taking some examples. By giving these examples, we are training them. We train the machine. In future, the machine will take the automatic decisions. So this is the basic definition of machine learning. So the majorly here, the tasks may be either classification or regression. So this machine learning, the entire concepts of this machine learning algorithms can be classified into two types, supervised and unsupervised, and we are also having reinforcement learning. So if you observe this supervised learning, in the case of supervised learning, always we work with the labeled data. Means we are having some known values. So here the goal of this model, supervised learning models, is we are giving some inputs in samples. That is, we assume that X is the set of examples we are giving to the machine to train that machine. And here we need to find out the value of Y. So that is, we are estimating we are finding the value depending on X. So here F is the function which maps the value of X to Y. So that is Y equals to F of X. So we like to learn F, where F is the model or function. Model means we are getting some function to map this X value with Y. Okay, so here we have that some learned sample examples. Based on that samples, we are training the model. So in future, we are going to find out the value of Y depending using the variable X. So that is Y equals to F of X. Here the value of Y may be either discrete value or continuous value. So if Y is discrete value, then we are saying that is classification. If Y is continuous value, we are saying that is regression. So for example, as a faculty, every year we are getting some increments. So whether the particular faculty will get the increment or not, so that comes under classification. How much increment we get in that academic year, that is regression. So that is continuous variable. So if Y is continuous variable, we are saying that is regression. If Y is discrete variable, means either true or false, or some classes of A, B grades, A, B, C. So that is classification. So in the case of unsupervised learning, so here we don't have any training examples. So sorry, we don't have any labels here. Given only samples X of the data, we compute the function F such that Y equals to F of X is simpler. For example, if you observe the market basket analysis, semantic analysis means, so based on the criteria, we are grouping some of these people will comes under this group. Some based on the characteristics, some people will comes under second group. Like this means we are grouping the people depending on particular characteristics. That is clustering. Clustering comes under this unsupervised learning. So if you have the market basket analysis, so in the case of market basket analysis, so what we are doing, based on the customer behavior, we are predicting what the customer will buy in the next visit of that store. So that all will comes under these unsupervised learning algorithms. Okay, so these are the basic types of algorithms we have in machine learning. So in today's topic, we are focusing on only regression and decision tree learning. So this regression is one of the supervised learning algorithm. So that we will discuss now. So what is this regression? Why this regression is very, very important in machine learning means, so here nowadays we are observing that in so much amount of data is generating every day. So at that time, so how we can identify which data? For example, if you take one business, one online stores business, so at that time, how the people will analyze that data, which data is useful and which data is not useful. So based on that observed data, they will take the future business decisions. So what are the next steps they have to take to improve their business? So that's why here, by applying these regression techniques, we can find out the relationship between the data in the database. So here, what is this regression is, use the data to identify relationships among variables and use these relationships to make the future predictions. So first we identify the relationship between the variables in that. After that, we are based on that relationships, we are making some predictions. So here, this regression, generally what is this regression means, we have two types of regressions, linear and multilinear regression. So multiple regression. So first we'll discuss about this linear regression. So this regression involves plotting a line of best fits through that data points. For example, here also we are having some set of instances. Instances means sample examples. So again, they will give the new test data and ask us to ask us to find out a best line that will take the most useful future predictions. So here the distance between each point and the line is minimized to achieve the best fit line. So here the major question in the case of regression is how to find out the best relationship between the dependent and independent variable. So that we will answer in the next slides. So next, why we need this regression? So this regression helps in making prediction and forecasting for business in near and long term. Based on that a relationship between the dependent and independent variables, we are taking the future business decisions to run successfully. So it supports business decisions by providing necessary information related to dependent target and predictors. And it also enables business in correcting errors by doing proper analysis of results derived from the decisions. So next we will see how these predictions is different from classification. So already I told you the difference between regression and classification. So how this prediction is different means classification is the categorization of objects based on the learned features, whereas regression so in the case of classification, always the target variable is categorical equal. Target variable is discrete value. In the case of this regression or regression, so it is continuous value. So classification and regression models rely on labeled input and output training data. That means both are supervised learning algorithms only. Okay, so here we have various types of regressions, that is simple linear regression, multiple linear regression, and a logistic linear regression. So generally the linear regression may be either linear or non-linear. In the case of multiple regression also, it is either linear or non-linear regression. First we will discuss about this simple linear regression. So this is the model of a linear regression. So in the case of this linear regression, we have an input x and we need to find out the value for y. So that is the task. So here the x-axis represents the instances and y is the value we need to predict based on these instances values x. So here if you have some input values means the model is trained with some samples. So the samples are shown in this sample space. So this blue dots indicates the trained data means samples. So based on these samples, if you have any new instance x in future, at that time we need to predict the value of this y. So means we need to find out the relationship between this x and y. Okay, so where x is the independent variable and y is the dependent variable. So we need to find out the line, means best fit line that covers the maximum samples in the sample space. So generally it is a linear regression. So that's why we are expecting the function f as this linear line. So this is what we need to find out in the sample space. X is equals to f, y equals to f of x. So for example, predict the height from age. So if they are given the age, we need to predict the height depending on that. Predict the house price from house area. So if they given area of that house, we are able to find out what is the price of that house. So here predict the distance. These are the examples for a linear regression where we can apply this linear regression. Predict the distance from between wall and sensors. Means in nowadays we are having automated homes like this. So we need to find out what is the distance between wall and the sensors. At that time also we can apply these linear regressions. So the basic idea of this linear regression is we have the samples in the sample space. So whenever a new sample is arrived in the data set, at that time we need to predict the value of y based on this x. So that is, we need to find out the relationship between this dependent variable and this independent variable, that is y equals to f of x. So here our goal is, in the linear regression, always we need to come up with the best fit line. The best fit line means it will cover the maximum samples in the training examples. For example, if you observe this graph, so here this these blue dots indicates the samples that we represented in the sample space. So this is the actual function that covers the maximum samples in this sample space. Okay, so here this is the actual function, but what we need to have means we need to find out the line in such a way that it maximum covers. This is the actual function. This function is not known to us. So now we have to find out the line that covers maximum of these samples in the sample space. So if you observe this second graph here, so always, so here this is the line, the best line that covers the maximum samples we get by applying this regression. So here this is the actual function we have. So this is the red line indicates the line that we came up to cover the samples in the sample space. So here we have to observe that. So this is, so whenever we are getting this linear line between the samples in the sample space, so at that time we have some of the samples may be covered and some of the samples may not be covered by that line. Means some of the variables are related to y and some of the variables are not related. Some of the samples are not related to y. So at that time, what we need to observe is we need to find out the difference between what is the error we get. So this is the actual function and this is the line what we get by applying this regression. So here we have the difference between these two lines. So definitely there is an error in that model. So here, to cover that model, we need to calculate what is the error we obtained. So how we can calculate that error means, so that is the distance between that line, that is actual line we come up to cover the samples in the space, and the point where we have in the sample space. So this distance is called this distance is considered as the error. Like this, we need to consider the error for each and every sample in the space. Okay, so here definitely we get the error during this computation. So this error is called, so this here we need to consider the square of this error, square of this error, square of this error, square of this error. So that's why, so overall, to calculate the loss or error in this model, we need to sum up all these errors. So that is called sum of the squared error to do the prediction. So we use a loss function that measures the squared error. We use a loss function to measure the squared error in the prediction of y of x from x. Y of x from x. So this is also means this is the very important how we can compute the error in this regression model. Okay, so first basically observe some of fits to this data. Means the main goal of this linear regression is we need to find out the best fit line to cover the maximum samples in the sample space. So in this process, always we try to minimize the sum of these squared errors. So then only the line will be the optimum, line will give the optimum solution. So that's why if you observe these four graphs, so here this is the actual function we have. So this is the function we came up to give the relationship between those two variables. So here this red line is the regression line what we get. So it covers only the some of these samples, remaining are not covered by this one. So if you observe the second graph here, so here the line, linear line is parallel to x-axis. So that's why we can define this as y equals to some constant value. So if you observe the second graph here, in this case, so we have this red line. So compared to this, it will cover some more samples in this, and here it is polynomial of degree 1. So that is why we can define this line with general linear line, that is y equals to mx plus c. And if you observe the third graph, here we have the linear line with the degree 3. So here it compared to this second one, it covers the more number of samples in the sample space. And if you observe the last graph, so here the red line is covering all the lines, but here the distribution is not equal. So our goal is we need to find out the best fit line that minimize the squared errors, and all that samples are normally distributed over the sample space. So that's why we didn't go for this type of linear line. So among these four, this is the best fit line to cover the maximum samples in the sample space. So always whenever we are constructing this function, at that time the sum of the squared errors between every sample with respect to that linear regression line is same. That's why it fails to consider this type of regression line for the model. So I hope will be understand by everyone. So which type of a best line we have to choose whenever we are working with this regression line? Yes. Hello.
Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you. So now we will see how we can find out the sum of the squared errors, and how we can find out this function to find out the relationship between dependent and independent variables. So in this regression line, one variable is considered independent. So that is independent or predictor variable, that we are calling it as the x, and the other variable is called dependent variable or outcome variable. It is represented with y. Okay, so this is the function representation. This is the representation of the linear regression model. So that is y equals to w0 plus w1 into x1 plus epsilon. So this is some of the error we get whenever we are doing we are constructing this function. So here y is the predicted value of the dependent variable, and w0 is the intercept, w1 is the regression coefficient, and x1 is the independent variable, and e is the error of that estimate. Okay, so this is what we need to find out. So whenever we are constructing this linear regression model, at that time our goal is we have to find out this w0 and w1. So what is this w0 and w1? So that we will see here. So here this x-axis represents the independent variable and y is the dependent variable. So here this green lines, green boxes indicates the samples in the sample space. So this is the line, blue line indicates the linear line that best fits the maximum number of samples in the sample space. So here this w0, so the w0 is called the intercept, means where that linear line will intercept with respect to the y-axis is called the w0. Means we need to find out at which value the line covers this y-axis, that is called intercept. And here we need to w1. So w1 is the slope of the line. slope of that linear line is called W1. So here W1 is how we can obtain this. W1 means delta y by delta x. So variance in by variant some change in x, delta y by delta x is called the slope here. So this is the y cap minus y, variance of y minus y. So this is the distance between that sample with respect to the linear line. So we have to find out this y cap that is equals to w naught plus w1 x. So this is the linear line that best fits the samples in the sample space. So that's why in linear regression model, we have to find out this W naught and W1 value. So whenever we are implementing this linear regression, we have to make some assumptions. So that is the relationship between X and Y is always linear in the case of linear regression, and Y is distributed normally at each value of X. Means the samples are distributed normally over the sample space, and the variance of Y at every value of X is same, and the observations are independent. All the features are independent. So that is okay. So here I said that this W not W1, and what about this E? So this is called the error of that during the estimation of that value. So here this E, how we can calculate this error? So E is the unexplained random error of that component. So how we can get this error means sum of the squared errors. We need to calculate the distance between that sample with respect to this line, and we have to take the square of this distance with respect to each and every sample in the sample space, so that we get that sum of the squared errors. So here, in this regression model, so we have to find out that W naught and W1. So W naught is the intercept and W1 is the slope. So how we can select this W1 W naught means that minimizes the derivations from the predictor line. That minimizes the derivations from this predictor line. So that's why argument in the sample space. So that's why so I equals to 1 to n yi minus w naught minus w1 xi whole square. So here we need to find out this w naught and w1 which minimize the sum of the squared errors. So what is this? It means y is the actual value and w naught minus w1 xi is the what is the value we get with respect to this line. So this is the actual value minus predicted value. W naught minus W naught minus of W naught plus W1 X. It will give the predicted value. Y is the actual value. The difference between these two is considered the error. So that's why whenever we are selecting this W naught and W1 in regression model, always it will minimize the sum of the squared error in that function. So that is the meaning of this argument minimum of W naught W1 in such a way that it will minimize the error. So this is the actual value and this is what the predicted value done by us. The difference between these two is considered the error. We are taking the square of errors. So that is. So how we can calculate this W naught and W1? So one of the way is iterate over all possible W values among the two dimensions. If we have n number of samples, so we need to iterate over all possible values. So even though it is possible, but it is very risky. So that's why what we are doing is we need to have some functions, some functions how we can learn this W naught and W1. That is the major task in the case of this linear regression. So to find the values for the coefficients, that is W naught and W1, always this W naught and we choose this W naught and W1 in such a way that which minimize the objective function. What is this objective function here? Sum of the squared errors is the objective function. We have so many possible values for this W0 and W1. Which value I have to consider? So that will depends on this of this linear regression is sum of the squared errors. Always this sum of squared errors should be minimum. Then only then only we get W0 and W1 as optimal solution for the given model. So to get these values, we take the partial derivatives of the objective function with respect to 0 and we can solve it. So this is the objective function we are having. So this is the objective function. We need to minimize this sum of the squared error. So for this objective function, we are finding the partial derivatives. So this is the derivation. So we are having this derivation, both sides we are taking this derivation with respect to 0. So by simplifying these derivations, we get W0 as mean of y minus W1 of mean of x, and W1 is defined with this formula. So we can use these two formulas whenever we are constructing this regression model to find out the values of W0 and W1. So here W1 is defined with n. We are having n samples and we need to find out the sum of this xi and yi. So we need to find out the x and y. So x is the instance value and y is the target value for that instance, minus sum of xi samples, sum of yi target values, n of sigma equals to 1 to n xi instance of that sample, and minus I equals to xi sigma equals to n x of I. So these are the basic two formulas we have in linear regression model. By doing the simplification of these derivations, we get these two values. So now we see how we can construct this regression model for the particular problem. So here we are having a sample regarding age is given. Here we could be able to identify what is the glucose level for that person depending on this age. So these are all the samples in the training data. We have 1 to 6 samples in the training data. Okay, so this is the instance x1, x2, x3, x4, x5, and x6, and we have the corresponding target value. If age is 43, the glucose level is 99, age is 21, 65. Like this, we have 59, 81. So here these are the labels for the target values for these samples. Whenever a new instance is arrived, for example, here what is if the age of that person is 55, what is the glucose level of that person? We have to find out. So how we can apply, how we can construct this regression model for this problem? So to solve this problem, so how we can apply this regression model means, so here how we can define the regression model? Y equals to W0 intercept plus W1 slope of that line, and X is the sample plus epsilon. So just in our assumption, just error is, we are assuming that error is 0. So that's why we leave it that term. Next, what we have to do? So already we derived some formulas how we can learn the values of W0 and W1 in the regression model. So W0 is defined with this one, mean of y minus W1 xi. Similarly, W1 is defined with this formula. So here, to get these two values, first the mean of y is very easy, W1 mean of x is very easy. So here we have some terms, a sum of this xi and yi. We are having 6 instances. So we are having 6 instances. So that's why we need to calculate the sum of both the instance value and the target value. So by calculating all these, we get this one. So here we are calculating xy and x square also. So this is the sum of this instance x, and this is the sum of these values. Okay, so based on that, if you do the calculations, so W naught is equals to, we define this mean of y minus W1 of x of mean. So here mean of y is equals to, so mean of y, sum of these y instances is 486. So mean is equals to 486 by, we are having 6 instances in the training example. So it is equals to 486 by 6 minus W1 into mean of this x. So mean of this x is equals to 247 divided by 6. So it will use the value 65.15. Similarly, if you do the calculations for W1, it gives 0.385. So now we know the values, we learn the values for W0 and W1. So we can substitute these values in this equation. So y equals to W0 plus W1 x. So y is equals to W0 value 61.15 plus W1 0.385 into, for which instance we have to find out, for the instant x is equals to 55, we need to predict the what is the glucose level for that instance. So that's why, so it is equals to into 55. So the glucose level of that person, if the age is 55, is equals to 86.32. So this is how we will do the predictions with the help of this linear regression. The next, we are having multiple linear regression. So in the case of multiple linear regression, here it is used to estimate the relationship between two or more independent variables and one dependent variable. So if you, so here the output variable value may be related with two or more independent variables. So that's why here, if you have more than one independent variable, two or more independent variable, at that time we can say that that is multiple linear regression. In the case of linear regression, we are having only one independent variable and one dependent variable. But in the case of multiple linear regression, we have one dependent variable and two or more independent variables. So here, how strong the relationship is between two or more independent variables and one dependent variables. So here, the value of dependent variables at a certain value of independent variables. So in the case of this multiple linear regression also, we are making some assumptions, that is homogeneity of variance, means the means the variance should be same between the samples of different independent variables, and independence of observations and normality means all that samples are equally distributed, and linearity, so it is also a linear function. So this is the model how we can define multiple regression, means this is the model representation for multiple linear regression. So the only difference here is we have n number of independent variables. So in the previous case, in the case of linear regression, we have only y equals to b naught plus b1 x1. We are having only one independent variable and one dependent variable. But in the case of this multiple linear regression, we are having more than one independent variables. So that's why we are considering, we are having n number of independent variables, that is x1, x2 and so on, xn plus error is the error. So that is the case. If you observe these two differences, in the case of linear regression, we are having only one independent variable and one dependent variable. But in the case of this multiple linear regression, we are having more than one independent variable and one dependent variable. So here, y is the predicted value of the dependent variable, and b naught is the y intercepts, means the value of y when all options are set to 0, means where that a linear line will intersect with respect to this y axis. And beta 1 x1 is the regression coefficient, and bnxn, regression coefficient for the last independent variable, and E is error of that model. It is in the calculation of this model error is equals to sum of the squared errors in the linear regression. So, for example, if we have two independent variables, at that time, how we can calculate the value of this dependent variable based on this x1 and x2. So here, this is, so this we are having 5 subjects, and these are the target values we have for each sample. So here, if you have subject 6 at that time, we have 3 and 2 as the instances. What is the target value for this instance? We need to find out. So the same, in the previous case, we have only one variable. So that's why we consider only W naught is equals to W naught is equals to Y mean minus W1 mean, X mean. Okay, but here we have two variables. That's why A intercept equals to Y mean minus B1, regression coefficient for the independent variable 1, and B2, regression coefficient for the independent variable 2. So this is the linear equation we have to find out. So this is how we can calculate the values for these regression coefficients B1 and B2. Simply add these values, we get this one. Okay, so these are the calculations we need to get the value of the T. Okay, so finally we can get this the sample. So we can calculate B1 and B2 like this. So A is equals to this one. So finally we get this regression model. So that is how we can work with this multiple linear regression. The next type of regression is logistic regression. So this logistic regression predicts the output of a categorical dependent variable. So up to now what we discussed means always this regression is used to do the future predictions. Okay, so this classification, but with the help of this logistic regression, we can able to do the classification also. Logistic regression predicts the output of a categorical dependent variable. Okay, so in the case of regression, always the target variable is continuous variable. But in the case of this logistic regression, we are converting that continuous variable into discrete value or categorical value. So that's why we are saying that this logistic regression is used to do the classifications. Then how we can convert this continuous target value into categorical or discrete value in the case of logistic regression means, so for that we have that sigmoid function. It will convert that continuous value into either categorical or discrete value so that it can be applicable to do the classification task also. So in this logistic regression gives the probabilistic values which lies between 0 and 1. Always the value lies between 0 and 1. Means, so if the class is true, the value is closely related to Y. If the value is closely related to 0 means the class value is false. So in such a way, we will do the classification by using this logistic regression. So this logistic regression is used for the classification problems. So in logistic regression, instead of fitting a regression line, we fit an S-shaped logistic function which predicts the two maximum values. Means, so whatever the values we are getting here, we are mapping that values to either 0 or in between 0 and 1. In between 0 and 1. So that's why whatever the values we get after this one, all will be comes under this S shape. Whatever the values after 0, it will comes this one only. We are restricting the value should be in between 0 and 1 only. Okay, so here we have the threshold value. Here we are assuming that it is 0.5. If the value is greater than this threshold value, at that time we give the true label for this classification, And if the value is less than this 0.5, at that time we are giving the false label to this instance. So that is how we are using this sigmoid function, that is called a sigmoid function in logistic regression. So this sigmoid function is a mathematical function used to map the predicted values to probabilities. So always the probability value, it should be mapping between 0 and 1. So the value of logistic regression must be between 0 and 1, which cannot go beyond this limit. So it forms a curve like the S form. So that we are calling it as sigmoid function. With the help of that sigmoid function, we are mapping the continuous values between the range of 0 and 1 in the case of logistic regression. So in this logistic regression, we use the concept of threshold value, which defines the probability either 0 or 1. Based on that threshold value only, we are mapping that class labels to either 0 or 1. So, such as values above the threshold value tends to 1 and a value below the threshold value tends to 0. All the values above that 1 is mapped to 1 and below that value, below the threshold values are mapping towards 0. That is. In the case of this logistic regression also, we are making some assumptions. So, those are the dependent variable must be categorical in nature, and the independent variable should not have multi-collinearity in nature. So this is the representation of logistic regression model. So this is the equation what we have. So this function will represent the multiple linear regression only. So here, whatever the values we get in this multiple linear regression, just we are mapping that continuous values to zeros and ones. So that's why here we are taking logarithm of that continuous values, log of y by 1 minus y. So this function will maps all these values of y between 0 and 1. So that is the model representation of this logistic regression. So this is about regression model. So if you have any queries, you can ask me. Otherwise, we move to decision trees. Yes, anybody have any queries?
Ma'am, I have one query, ma'am.
Tell me.
In the previous slide, you have applied log value, ma'am, log of y by 1 minus y.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that y by 1 minus y, ma'am?
Y by 1 minus y means, so here we are mapping the value of this continuous value as shown in a sigmoid function. So here, if we have above this value, we are restricting that values between 0 and 1 only.
Yes, ma'am. The sigmoid function changes to 0 to 1.
0 to 1 only. So that's why whatever the continuous value we are getting, y means always in the case of regression model, it is continuous value only.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
there may be more than out of that range also. But whenever we need to convert that continuous value into discrete value, means we are making some intervals. So if the value is in between this 0 and 1, making depending on that variable value, we are doing that classifications. So that's why we are converting this continuous value into, we are mapping this continuous value between zeros and ones. Okay, so whenever we are doing this mapping, we need to consider some threshold value. Based on this threshold value, if the value is above this one, we are mapping to this true class, and below this we are mapping to false class. So to do that mapping, here we are using this log function, log of y by 1 minus y, to map these values between 0 and 1.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next, decision trees. So that is the basic idea I given about the regression models in machine learning. The next topic is decision trees. So these decision trees are also very useful in these machine learning algorithms. So the basic decision tree is having flow chart like structure, And internal, always in these decision trees, internal nodes denotes the test and the attribute, and the branch represents the outcome of that test, and the leaf nodes represent the class labels or class distribution. For example, if you have the training data like this, so here this is the decision tree corresponding to this training data. So in this decision tree, if you observe this, always internal nodes represents the test condition. So here refund is one test condition. Based on this refund, either yes or no, we are taking some decisions. So the internal nodes represents the test condition, and the branches of that decision tree will give the outcome of that test condition. So here refund, no, refund, yes. Like this marital status, either yes or no, married or single. So depending on that. So always the leaf nodes will denote the class labels. What this decision tree will represent. The internal nodes represents the test condition, and branches of that decision tree will represent the test outcomes, and the leaf nodes in the decision tree will use the class labels. Okay, so this is the another example. So decision tree. So here also, so marital status is either married or single or divorced. So depending on that, either no. So marital status is single or divorced, and the refund is no. Tax income is greater than 80. So we are knowing whether the class label, whether the person is cheated or not. The label is yes. So it is. So this is the class label. So we may have more than one tree for the same data also. Okay. So, but here the major problem in the construction of this decision trees is how we can select the test condition. So here, if you observe this test data, we are having these features: refund, marital status, taxable income, and we need to get this variable, target variable, cheat value. We need to put class label for this feature, variable for this cheat attribute. So for this, which feature I have to select, based on which feature we need to do the split in the case of decision tree. So that is the major part in the case of decision trees. So how we can do construct this decision tree classification means how we can get how the decision trees will work means we have the training set and we have the detection algorithm means how we can find out the best split attribute at each level in the case of decision tree construction, and model is developed, and we can apply this model for the new test data to do the classification. So that is what we learn in this decision tree algorithm. So how we can apply this model. So anyway, here we can based on this training set, the model will be trained. We developed some model, constructed some decision tree. So based on that decision tree, whenever a new instance is arrived, we need to apply this model to do the classification. So how we can apply this decision tree model to do the classification for the new instance in the data set. So for example, if refund equals to no, marital status is married and the taxable income is 80,000, at that time, whether there's a cheat is yes or no, we have to find out which label will we assign to this at target value cheat here. So here we start with the refund. If the refund is no, here the test condition is refund, whether that person is refunded the amount or not, yes or no. If it is no, here in this new instance we have the value for this refund. Refund is no, so it is no. Next, we have to select it this marital status. If the marital status is married, we can assign the class label no here. So this is how we can apply this decision tree model to do the classification for the future instances. What is this tree induction? Means So this tree induction algorithm is which one is the best decision tree to do the classification very efficiently. But finding the best decision tree is NP hard problem. But we are trying to find out the best decision tree by applying some attribute selection methods that we will discuss next. So here this tree index,
apart from that, வேற ஏதாவது ஜெர்னல்ல போட்டுருக்கீங்களா பேப்பர்?
please mute yourself. Someone is
லலிதா தேவி மேமோட போட்டீங்களா? அவங்க எத்தனாவது ஆத்தர்?
participants, please mute yourself.
நீங்க அவங்க ரெண்டு பேரும் ஒரே காலேஜ்ல படிச்சதாகவும்.
Participants, please mute your mic.
Okay, thank you. So here the greedy strategy we follow whenever we are constructing this decision tree is split the records based on the attribute test that optimize the certain criteria. So what is that criteria? We will discuss the next. So in this decision tree algorithms, we have so many algorithms like Hunt's algorithm, CART algorithm, ID3 algorithm, C4.5 algorithm, Slick, Sprint. All these are the decision tree algorithms also we are using to do the classification. So we discuss one of these algorithms, that is ID3 in this session. So in this tree induction, decision tree construction, how to classify a leaf node. So here the major issue is how to classify a leaf node. So the leaf node can be classified by assigning the majority classes. If leaf is empty, assign the default class. Default class means majority of the class the instances have in the training data. So based on that priority, we can assign the class label for that. The next issue is determine how to split the records. How we are collecting the test attribute at each level in the decision tree construction. That is also major issue in the case of decision tree construction. So means here, even though we are having attribute 1, attribute 2, attribute 3, so which attribute I have to select first, which one is the next, which one is the next, based on which attribute we have to do this splitting in the case of decision tree construction. That is also major issue. And how to determine the best split, how we can ensure this is the best split we are doing at each level in the case of decision tree construction, and when we have to stop that splitting. So these are the major issues we have to address in the case of decision tree learning algorithms. So the first one is how to specify the test condition, which one I have to select first. So the specifying that the test condition will depends on the attribute types. So if the attribute type may be either nominal, ordinal, or continuous. Depending on these attribute types, we have to specify the test condition. So here depends on number of ways to split. So how many number of ways we are, so specification of this test condition will depends on these attribute types as well as how we are doing that splitting, whether we are splitting the tree in two-way split or multi-way split. So that is, so splitting this based on the nominal attribute. If the attribute is nominal attribute and we are following multi-way split, at that time use as many partitions as distinct values. So multi-way split means we have more than one test outcome. So car type is either family, sports, or luxury. How many values we have for the nominal attribute? Or for all that, we have one branch in the case of decision tree construction. If the same, if the attribute, if the splitting is binary split, at that time divides the values into two subsets. Need to find the optimal partitioning. So this is the method we have to follow in the case of nominal attributes. So if the attribute is ordinal, at that time, so use as many partitions as distinct values in multi-way splitting. In the case of binary splitting, divides, here also same, divides values into two subsets with respect to the order. Need to find the optimal partitioning. For example, if the attribute values are nominal attribute values are either small, medium, or large, at that time, if it is binary split, we need to follow some order. And if the attribute is continuous attribute, at that time we have different ways. So discretization to form an ordinal categorical attribute means we are converting that continuous attribute into either categorical value or discrete value by applying this discretization. Discretization means we are dividing that continuous variable value into intervals, and we are taking any one of that interval to which the value will comes under. So here the method may be, the discretization may be static or dynamic. In the case of static discretization, we are doing this discretization once at the beginning of that model construction. Dynamic means ranges can be found by equal interval bucketing, equal frequency bucketing, or clustering also. So if we are following binary decision, we are comparing that value, whether A is less than B or A is greater than or equals to B. Consider all possible splits and find the best cut. So that is splitting based on continuous attributes. If it is binary split, this is the method we are following. If it is multi-way split, so we are dividing that values into intervals. We are mapping to any one of these intervals here. So how to determine the best split? How we can ensure? So this is the best fit for that decision tree contraction. So for that, for example, we are having 10 records of class 0 and 10 records of class 1. Yes. So 6, 4, 4, 6, 1, 1 is divided class 0 means family cars class label 0, family cars class label 3. So here also same. If you observe this, which condition is the best? How we can ensure this one? So for that, we have this attribute selection measures. So here, the major challenge is identification of attributes for the root node in each level in the case of decision tree construction. This is the major challenge we have in this decision tree construction. So this method is known as attribute selection measures. So here basically we are having most popular attribute selection measures. Those are the information gain, gain ratio, and the Gini index and Gini index. So to calculate that information gain, first we need to calculate this entropy. So what is this entropy means? So in information theory, entropy measures the average level of information or uncertainty in group of observations. Means always we are calculating how much error is there in that information. That we are calling it as entropy. So to calculate this entropy, we are having this formula E is equals to minus sigma I equals to 1 to n. We are having n instances p of I log 2 p of I. Means, for example, if you take binary classification, we are having either yes or no. How many instances are comes under class label yes, and how many instances are comes under class label no. So based on that, we can calculate this entropy. So if entropy equals to 1 means uncertainty means there is a uncertain error is data is without any errors. Entropy equals 0 means we are having certainty. So here uncertainty means we are having maximum errors. Entropy 0 means the data is, the information is correct. So that's why always we need to select the attribute which is having minimum entropy value. Means minimum entropy value means there is minimum errors in that information. So next, this measure is information gain. So the information gain provides measure to describe how much information a feature provides. Means how it will be helpful to do the future distributions in the decision tree construction. So here that is information gain. So the gain of S comma A. So we are having the set training data set yes, we are having the attribute A. So how we can calculate the entropy of this attribute with respect to this training data set means we need to calculate the entropy of the entire data set yes minus entropy of that attribute. Okay, so that is sigma V belongs to V, means the attribute is having some values. Based on that values, we need to calculate for each and every one. It will give the information gain of that attribute with respect to the data set. And the next, Gini index is a measurement of how often a randomly chosen element would be incorrectly. Okay, so with the help of this, we can calculate. So 0 denotes that the purity, and when 1 denotes that we are having impurity. So we are also selecting which one is having minimum Gini index value. That attribute will do the perfect splitting in the case of decision tree construction. Next, how when we have to stop that decision tree construction means that will depends on these criteria. Stop expanding a node when all the records belong to the same class. Stop expanding a node when all the records have similar attribute values. In these two situations, we have to stop the construction of that decision tree. So example, we are taking ID3 algorithm. So how we can do the classification with the help of this ID3. It's one type of decision tree algorithm. So to apply this ID3 algorithm, first we have to calculate the entropy for data set, entire data set. Next, for each attribute or feature, we need to calculate the entropy for all its categorical values. And next, calculate the information gain for the feature and find the feature with maximum information gain and repeat it until we get the decision tree. So, for example, if we have the training data set, whether whether play tennis is possible or not with respect to these attributes: outlook, temperature, humidity, and wind. So here, how whenever a new instance is arrived, we need to calculate the class label for that. Okay, so if you observe this entire data set, we are having 14 instances. Among these 14 instances, so 9 are having S class label. So this is the class label. Play tennis is the target attribute. These are the remaining attributes in the data set. So for this target attribute, we have to find out the value whenever a new instance is arrived. We have in this data set. So out of these 14, we are having 9 samples are having class label yes, and 4 class remaining 5 are having class label no. Based on this, first, how we can start the construction of this decision tree for this model, for this data set means, so we need to calculate, we need to identify which attribute I have to take it as a root node for decision tree construction. So here we are having outlook attribute, temperature attribute, humidity, and wind. Which one I can take to do the decision tree construction? So for that, we are applying these attribute selection measures. Which one is the best attribute to proceed to construct the decision tree? So we are calculating the information gain for outlook attribute, temperature attribute, humidity attribute, and wind attribute. Among these 4 attributes, which one are having highest information gain? That attribute should be taken as the root node in the decision tree construction. So to calculate the information gain for this outlook attribute, so first we have to calculate the entropy for the data set, entire data set. So how we can calculate the entropy for entire data set means, so the entropy of the data set T is equals to, already I told you, minus I equals to 1 to n, we are having n instances, pi log of pi, where I value, we are having only 2 target values, either yes or no. So for that, we need to calculate how many instances are having the class label yes and how many instances are having the class label no. So that is probability of yes into log 2 P of yes minus probability of no log 2 probability of no. So among these 14, 9 are having class label yes. So that's why 9 by 14 into log 2 of 9 by 14. Again, probability of class label no is 5 by 14, log 2 5 by 14. So this is the way how we can calculate the entropy for entire data set. If you have more than these class more than two values for the target variable, at that time you can take that value also. Okay, for example, large, medium, and small. At that case, we can consider one more real variable also. So that is. And next, we can calculate the now. How we can calculate the information gain for the outlook attribute? To calculate the information gain for this outlook attribute, first we have to observe what are the possible values for this outlook. So if you observe this outlook attribute, we are having sunny, overcast, and rainy. So these are the possible values for this outlook. So you need to calculate the entropy for outlook equals to sunny, outlook equals to overcast, and outlook equals to rainy. To calculate outlook equals to sunny, we have to observe how many number of instances are having outlook is equals to sunny, and among those instances, how many are having class label yes and how many instances are having class label no. So depending on that, we have to calculate the information gain for that outlook attribute. So outlook equals to sunny. So for that, we are calculating the entropy. So we are having 5 instances. So we are having sunny, outlook equals to sunny, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 instances are having outlook equals to sunny. Among these 5, we are having class label no for 3. So outlook. So class label no for 3 and the remaining 2 are having class label 2. So this is how we are calculating the entropy for outlook equals to sunny. If we calculate this, we get 0.91. Similarly, we have to calculate the entropy for outlook equals to rainy. So observe this. So we are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 instances are having outlook equals to rainy. Among these 5 instances, how many are having the class label yes and how many are having the class label no. So 3 are having yes and 2 are having class label no. So 3 by 5 among 5 instances 3 are having class label yes. So 3 by 5 into log 3 by 5 minus 2 by 5 into log 2 by 5, this one, and outlook equals to overcast. So it is. So overcast of 4, we are having 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 instances are having yes label. So that's why it is equals to 4 by 14 into 1 plus 6 by 14. Sorry. So this. So this it is equals to 0. Log 4 by 4, it is equals to 0. So now we calculate the entropy for the attribute outlook. Next, we can calculate the information gain. So the information gain of I of outlook equals to, so probability of sunny into this one. Entropy of outlook equals to sunny plus probability of rainy into entropy of the rainy, probability of overcast into outlook of overcast. So based on this, we can get the information gain. So the total information gain is equals to so entropy of that one minus entropy of this outlook attribute. So information gain for the outlook attribute equals to 0.247. Similarly, we can calculate the information gain for this temperature attribute. So we get 0.23. So information gain for humidity attribute, it will be 0.153, and information gain for wind 0.48. So among these 4 attributes, we are having outlook attribute with highest information gain value, that is 0.247. So that's why among these 4 attributes, outlook will be considered as the root node for decision tree construction. So after outlook, we have sunny, overcast, and rainy. Okay, so again, sunny, if you observe the sunny, So here we have the different class labels. If you observe the overcast, so Outlook, we are having these three values, either sunny or overcast or rainy. So if you observe these sunny instances, again we are having two possibilities, either yes or no. If you observe the overcast, so in overcast for all the instances we are having the class label yes. So that's why it is, if all are having the same class label, we can stop the construction of decision tree. So that's why this is the leaf node. Whenever Outlook equals to overcast, we are assigning the class label yes. Why? Because all these instances are having the same class label. So that's why. Again, if you observe the rainy, for rainy also we are having different values. So again, now we have to find out next which attribute we have to consider for further construction of this decision tree. Again, we need to follow the same procedure. So, Outlook, we can consider the rows consist of Outlook values as sunny and then Outlook values as rainy. So here, if you observe that Outlook equals to sunny, we are having these instances. Again, for these instances, we are calculating the entropy for Outlook equals to sunny and information K. So sunny and temperature. So here, so among this, we get sunny, we have humidity, highest information K. So we can build the info tree in this way. So this is the process we have to follow to construct the decision tree. And these are the advantages of this decision tree construction. So that is, this decision tree construction is inexpensive to construct and it is extremely fast at classification, unknown records, and easy to interpret for small sized trees. And accuracy is comparable to other, more accurate compared to other classification techniques for many simple data sets also. Okay. So thank you. This is about our basic regression and decision tree algorithms in machine learning. So if you have any queries, you can ask me.
Even after Madam,
Hello.
Ma'am, please
Ma'am.
tell me. Ma'am, session is completed, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Participants, if there is any queries, you can go ahead now. Yeah, ma'am.
Feedback వస్తుంది.
మీరే చెప్పాలి సార్, నేను పెద్దవాళ్ళు. నేను FDP వింటున్నాను.
Hello, madam.
Hello, sir.
స్లోగా సార్.
Madam, can you explain the overfitting and underfitting in decision trees?
మేము FDP వింటున్నాం.
Ma'am, can you explain overfitting and underfitting in decision trees?
Participants, please
Always,
ask questions one by one.
Hello, madam.
Shashikala ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I have some call. That's why.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, 2 minutes, ma'am. 1 minute.
You can also post in chat box.
Participants, if there is any queries, you can post it in chat box. So I will ask it one by one. Yeah. We'll provide the PPTs and other informative.
Sure. Sorry, sir. So I have some important meeting.
It's okay, ma'am. It's okay.
So here in the case, sir, what's some, sir, Anjanil sir asked about some query. Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So ask me, sir, once again.
Ma'am, can you explain the overfitting and underfitting in decision trees, ma'am?
Okay, sir. So generally, in the case of underfitting and overfitting in machine learning, so in the case of underfitting, what we observed means, so here the model is unable to, so once we train the model is unable to find out the relationship between those two variables. I am talking about a regression model, is the dependent and dependent and independent variables. But means it giving a high rate of error. In the case of overfitting, even though the relationship between, but the relationship is not in general manner. Means whenever we get the new instance, at that time it will give the more error rate. So that's why here we need to train the model to reduce this error rate in the case of either underfitting or overfitting. So generally we have to observe that version space for this decision tree. So where we can find out how much best the decision tree will give the accurate result during the classification of that model.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, what do you mean? What do you mean by pruning, ma'am?
Pruning means here we are having two types of pruning the data. So pruning, we can observe that what we say pruning.